Here's how I'll torture you, David.
Hello? What? Hello? Oh, there I am. Okay. Sup? Hello? Tracking? Hello? VTuber? Anything working today? Everything breaking? Hold on. That for sure was a bump. Yeah, man. I think. Yeah, dude. It was probably a bump. Probably. Excellent. Excellent. What's good? It's Friday, my dudes. Friday. Holy. That means everyone has some crazy weekend plans coming up. And that's pretty hype. I have to kill Komorebi. Hold on. It's tripping me out. It's breaking my windows. End task. Wait, that's the wrong one. End task. End task. Thank you. All right. So yesterday was great. Yesterday, we did the Phasmo stuff, and that was fun. That was great. And then, we swapped over to Subnautica, and I just got, like, the worst migraine that I've had in a long time. I nearly threw up on stream, so I ended quickly, and then I went to lay down. It was great. It was spectacular. Hello, Rose Duelist. Which floor? The third floor. Take it easy. No worries. I'm gonna drink even more coffee today. Yeah, it was brutal. It was rough. I thought I was dying. It was so bad that I felt like I had to throw up. And then, I went to lay down and I took Omega meds. So I was like, I should probably not be streaming on these meds. So I ended. Went to lay down. It went away. But then for the rest of the day, it's like my hand-eye coordination and everything was just scuffed. Like, bro, I couldn't even pour some tea. Couldn't pour anything. Like, I was just making a mess. So I gave up. And I was like, all right, today is just not the day to exist. It just isn't. It's crazy. It was crazy. Fortunately, it is Jover for now. I don't usually get bad migraines this time of year, so who knows? Maybe I'm dying. Maybe this is the final Ico days forever. Perhaps I am dying. Truly. My internet is scuffing up, so if I oh. We good? I think we're good. Did you eat something bad or something? No. I had scrambled eggs. I only eat 8 eggs a week. I had 4 eggs in my scrambled eggs yesterday. I had a plethora of water, coffee. I had what else did I have? I had a sandwich. Dinner. A lot of dinner. I don't know. It's a Reaper. Odin's picture. I don't know if Taiwan was okay with me leaving that there. He is now immortalized, I suppose. Sea time. Yeah, I played a little bit yesterday. What's up, Ghost? I'm gonna restart my playthrough because I started with the migraine of hell. So in all honesty, I'm just gonna delete that one and start fresh. Are you dieting? No. No. I eat very healthy. I am actually so confident that I eat healthier than most people I know, if not all. That's not like I'm not trying to be competitive. I'm not trying to be like, yeah, I'm better than you. No. My doctor gave me the most ideal food consumption and what I should be juggling between. And then I asked a family member of mine who is in the health field. I eat probably more than healthy. I don't know. If it's possible, it's true. An apple a day, all right? Eggs, 8 eggs a week maximum. Literally eating what the doctor ordered. Yeah, and I typically feel pretty good. Well, this week has only been soups and bread. Oof. I do like soup, but only soups and bread is kind of sad. Do you want a pizza? God, I haven't had a pizza in a long time. I was sick. Oh, well, I hope you feel better then. Now. You were doing other things before, so fair. Yeah, I mean, the Phasmo stuff was cool. We finished the event in one session, and not even a full session, because normally we go to 5. We didn't. 20 eggs. That way it's really annoying to get them by the dozen. Oh, God, I hate that. Pizza where? Well, I want pizza now. Just as I'm talking about eating so healthy. What's up, Snow? Snowblade, I guess. 115! Oh my god, Call of Duty! Getting Mexican food tonight? Dude, sweet. By we, you mean me as well, and chat, right? I don't know if you guys saw. I don't know how many of you use Stream Elements. I do, because Streamlabs went through a weird, cringy moment, and I just haven't forgotten. But Stream Elements has essentially, I think, said that they might be shutting down. Let me just check one more time. Yeah. Stream Elements is shutting down, so find an alternative or something. Oh, are we DCing again? I don't know what's happening, but Are we back? Nope. Are we back? Hello. Okay, good. I don't know what's happening. It's dying. I don't know if it's Twitch. I don't know if it's me. Oh, no, it might be me because this page didn't load. In any case, the prominent live streaming services platform Stream Elements is preparing to close its website and sunset its creator tools. The official update: we're in positive discussion with potential acquirers and working to find the best path forward for creators, customers, and our team. We'll share more updates soon. We've spent over a decade building for creators, and we'll do everything we can to keep supporting this community. Now, Hershon, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Full disclosure. Without making it overwhelmingly political to say, Stream Elements headquarters is in Tel Aviv. So I'm sure you can probably rally a guess why this might be happening. You might be able to rally a guess why this might be occurring. Yeah. Yeah. Any ideas where to go if Elements goes? Well, you do have Streamlabs, which, even though I don't usually hold grudges, but I've held two pretty heavy grudges in my life. No Man's Sky, which we have seen me finally just also sunset, and Streamlabs. Streamlabs, the old team and the old management, which has changed in the past 6 years. Also, this song's been looping. I'm just gonna leave it. 6 years ago, or something like that, Streamlabs was advertising and making money off of OBS, and OBS was a free, you know, thing, and they were making money off of it, and it was cringe, and essentially they didn't give any money to OBS, and then Streamlabs basically took the source code, which was open source, and they changed it, and then they essentially privated their own source code, which was just a change of OBS's as Streamlabs. So, there was a grudge to be holding. I didn't like it. Things have changed in the last 6 years. They have a completely new management. They have improved drastically. Good night, Chewy. So really, you could just go there. Now, if you don't want to go there because you're still holding the grudge, which is fair, like me, Twitch has their own alert system. It works just fine. The problem is, for us here in this community, we have a song for our raid alert. And Twitch alerts typically mute those, as in, like, they won't play. So if you have a song as your raid alert, or honestly even like any notification, they will probably decline it. You wouldn't be able to use it. So yes, that does suck if you want to switch over to Twitch. We wouldn't have our, baby, whatever. Yeah, There's also streamer.bot, which I think is fantastic, but it's not beginner friendly. But if you figure it out, it's a little application. It doesn't take many resources at all. But the end problem is that all of your alerts will be on OBS. So when someone raids, it'll play it and then poof. Within a thing. It's a lot more work, but you would never have to deal with something shutting down again because you would have it on streamer.bot. And even if they shut down their services, you'll have the app. So, yes, that's a good alternative. There was another one that I remember. You could use Mix It Up, which is what I use for the daily redeems. Mix It Up is a good one as well. But that's also a lot of setup. Essentially, Stream Elements was the best. Your best alternatives, if you want the ease of use, are Streamlabs, which they have a literal, like, converty thing. So you go to the Streamlabs website, and they will, step by step, basically show you how you can move all of your alerts from Stream Elements to Streamlabs. Also, if you don't like the Streamlabs streaming app, which is dog water and resource consuming shredding, they just have a browser source now that you can use. So, Pog. And then, yeah, you got your Twitch alerts as well. Which, again, they're cool, but if they detect any music, those specific alerts will get muted. They'll play, but you won't hear them. Which is kind of annoying. I don't know. Yo, Joe. I'm scrolling up because we had the fun fact. Did you know that on this day in 1928, before Steamboat Willie, Mickey Mouse debuts in a test screening of Plain Crazy, the 6-minute silent short animation shows Mickey piloting a plane with Minnie, who escapes his advances by parachuting away using her bloomers. I do know about that one. That one's actually pretty sick. I've watched that one before. So I just started in Final Fantasy XIV. Unacceptable band. We don't like sprouts, all right? All right. Happy to say there is no migraine today. I'm not throwing up nearly on stream like yesterday. So we can actually play Subnautica. I will be starting from scratch. We're starting from point zero. I'm starting over. I don't remember anything that happened from the beginning. Are you playing Forza? Are you buying it for me for $70 or whatever it is? Because I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it for $70. It's on Game Pass. I don't have Game Pass. Then I'm going to turn flowers into zombies. Sweet. Come on, man. We got a squad. Look, man. I would love to play it. But I got Subnautica 2. I got No Man's Sky. And I don't have a lot of time. Or money. Barely anything did happen. You did the intro, you swam, you listened to a French woman. That was pretty spectacular. I mean... Sorry, what did I say? No. We hate the French. That was not spectacular. No. No. Dude, I am interested. It is in Japan, and it has cars. It's like the first Forza game that I care about since Forza 4. I'm more afraid I won't even be able to stream it because the quality or like the optimization will be scuffed. But I will buy it eventually. Just not anytime soon. I'm like $7 billion trillion down because of university at the moment. It's cooked. Good point. Yeah. I mean, Subnautica 2 is frying my PC a little bit. We'll see how it happens, how it goes today. Dude, the music in Subnautica 2, that's all I remember is the music was good. Was good. I liked it a lot. Yeah, we're gonna start over. I really don't remember much from yesterday because I ended Phasmo and a headache started like going in. It's just starting. And then about 20 minutes into the session, I don't know how long we played, but 20 minutes in, it got pretty bad. And then I kept going and my vision got a little blurry. And I was like, oh, this is bad. So I went to get the meds. But it was too little too late at that point. So the meds take a little bit of time to, hit. And the headache got so bad that I thought I was going to throw up on stream. So when I rushed to end the stream and I said scatter and I didn't raid, I didn't even close OBS. I just, I clicked stop streaming. Apparently, like, super crashed or something, from what I remember. And I went to lay down. Like, I almost threw up. It was bad. It's a bad migraine. It got me good. I wonder if you know how they live in Tokyo. That song's a banger. I think that's still like one of the best, if not the best. Yeah, we got the not like this screen. Yeah, it sounds about right. I had to go because I wasn't sure if I would even make it to the toilet if I just kept going and streaming. I had to go. It was bad. America's education system is expensive. 70 billion jillion in debt. I know. It's terrible, man. Damn, I didn't know it was that bad. Yeah, it got bad near the last 10 minutes or so. When I started like not being able to form comprehensive sentences, which is a common thing anyway, but like I saw the VOD. It was noticeable how bad it was. It was so bad. And I was like, yeah, I'm malfunctioning. That and the Need for Speed Underground riders on the Storm version made me really like racing for a bit before I remembered that I hate racing games. I like racing games, but I prefer them when there's more than just racing, right? So like Forza Horizon has this great thing where you can race, but you don't have to. You can do all this exploration and like collectibles and stuff. I'm pretty hyped to play that game, but it'll be a bit before we get into that, if we even do on stream, to be honest. I played Forza 4 like religiously for a long time. I got into like a little drifting group. We did some tandeming. I wasn't that great at it, but you know, it was a thing, and we played. It was cool. It was fun. Yeah. Yes. All right, let's get into some Subnautica, man. I'm gonna start it over from point zero. I'm probably just gonna delete the previous playthrough, in all honesty, and we're just gonna get right into the video game. Subnautica 2, Electric Boogaloo. Damn, the crash was so bad it reverted like my game capture. What happened? How long did you go after finding silver? I don't know. I really don't remember. Like when that headache set in. Or that migraine, when it set in, dude, Hold on, it's not capturing the screen. Please. Huh? It won't capture the game. Why? Do I have to do this? Felix XQC.
Autoprint complete. PDA implant reset to factory settings.
You can be a grill. Eventually they're going to implement like real character customization. Right now it's just, you know, the starter characters. Man, I've lowered this volume drastically for myself. It's so loud.
Warning. Atmospheric pressure above human maximum. Projected lifespan 13 minutes. Adaptation required.
I am Noah. You're the QI. Your life is my job. My job is you are burning in slow motion. Under 60 atmospheres of pressure, oxygen becomes a neurotoxin.
Alright, this much I remember.
Death imminent. Proceed to adaptation.
Looks pretty polished. The game seems to be running a lot better now than it was before, at least. My job is you're burning in slow motion.
Alien traits to survive.
I do remember they told me to kill myself.
Adapting trimethylamine, N-oxide synthesis.
And I didn't want to.
Pressure tolerance increased. Vital signs stabilizing. Congratulations. This orb is now your relative. Scanning for necessary adaptation. Clear for work.
I feel like I'm speedrunning. Oh. You know, there's some scannable stuff here. I wonder if you can find one.
Barometric depth gauge activated. A serious accident has occurred. Your sleep bay has been separated from the cicada. You must reach the surface and send a distress call.
Oh, that's not reassuring at all. Oh, shoot me.
No other life pods in inventory. Unless you can return with rescue, hundreds of stored
I don't even know how many
colonies
times
will
I said it
remain
this stream
trapped
already.
here.
My full name is Noetic Advisor Node, ISV CIDS-B3. Between us, I prefer Noah. You are the QI, the qualified investigator. I can't release the life pod. The clamps are corroded shut.
Let's do the clamps. I wonder if there's anything like hidden down here though. Can we come back to this? Maybe. Actually, that makes sense. We're probably gonna be able to revisit. Or did you say you lost something? No, I didn't lose any. I decided because I don't remember. Because of my headache, my migraine, whatever. I decided I'm just gonna start from scratch. Because I really don't remember all that happened, to be honest. Was that no princess?
Stand by. Thruster function restored. Brace for corrective reorientation. Collision. Obstructions detected. Increasing thrusters. Releasing parachute. Error. Release firing mechanism failure. Brace for impact.
Boom. Well, at least now you got to experience what happens.
Wake up.
Wake up. I'll tell you what, that cutscene was
Does not
super laggy
recognize
yesterday.
sky. Titan-class biosignature on the horizon. You are not on Zezura, Pioneer.
Correct. I am not on Zezura. You are right. Alright, well, we should be able to acquire most things relatively easily.
I printed 26 colonists before the sleep bay drowned. Many of them more than once. This is my purpose. To reincarnate you from digital storage, support your work, and if necessary, reverse your death. If I lose track of my colonists, I am empowered to send a qualified investigator to track them down. Do this for me, and I can offer you hazard pay. Credit against your contract debt. Risk code, Sierra Ordinal Warrant 2. I am already searching for the black boxes of the missing colonists. Stand by for search locations. Downloading colony manifests to your PDA. This isn't Zezura. I thought you should discover that for yourself, investigator. There should be a colony waiting for us. Your fellow pioneers, my fellow Noah nodes, working together to break ground for those who still sleep. Instead, silence. Not even the cicada answers. We are alone. I've sent your PDA the standard survival guide. While you pioneer the area and fabricate your tools, I'll apply myself to the life pod sensors.
Thanks, man. Whoa!
Locating the colony is your best chance of survival. A prolonged search will require food and water.
Dude, this music. Sorry, that's gonna be this whole playthrough, I feel like. Well, hello? Why, hello there. Hi. I didn't see you guys. I probably didn't see you guys yesterday. I don't remember. Okay. What's going on down here? Copper? Copper.
Copper is key to simple electronics. Bacterial
You're my
action
friend
creates
now.
copper on
We're having soft
cables
tacos
and
later.
overhangs. The
Storage.
portable locker can be hand carried or attached to a hard point. Avoid workplace friction. Inform your co-workers before moving their stash.
No. I don't think I will do that. Soft tacos are superior to hard shell tacos. I'm all about like crispy and crunchy, so I will always prefer hard tacos. But the preference like hardly matters to me. I'll eat whatever. I used to be a pretty picky eater, but nowadays I feel like I'm pretty lenient with my I'm pretty good about eating food. Even tomatoes. I'm a changed man. I'm not coil red. Why is hard an emote?
Seawater sampling detects a source
We
of
like
genetic
Bebe
adaptations
around
in this
here.
region, tracking a bloom of viral activity at the same source. Investigate with caution.
Huh? Huh? There we go. Hard taco shells are better for sure. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, depends on the person for sure. For sure.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Notice the intrusive and persistent HUD icon. Return to the life pod at your convenience. Remember that you are in command of the mission.
Speedrunners. This is about all I remember, so anything after this is kind of cooked. Soft all the way. I don't want to take a bite of my taco and it fall apart completely. That is also extremely fair. And I totally get that. But I'm all about the crunch. I just like crispy, crunchy things more than I do other stuff. Quarts of 2. You can do that. If you're careful enough, yeah. I just realized how uber convenient it is to have this portable storage while I'm like trying to get stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've certainly had times where my my hard shell tacos fell apart and it sucked, but I've also had times where they didn't fall apart and it didn't suck. Quartz.
This quartz contains dead coral polyps. It may have formed on or near a coral dome.
Never had a hard shell taco that didn't break apart into a million pieces after one bite, including the spine. Sorry, man. I feel like you're just too aggressive with your food then. Dude, this song. I remember this because I think it was in my dream or something. I'm not even joking. Something about this guitar. It's like reminding me of weird comparison, but you know, Bring Me the Horizon has the song Crucify Me in the beginning. We actually have it as an alert somewhere. It goes dun 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 dun, and it's like just a guitar with reverb. And this song's got this guitar with reverb, and it's I don't know, it hits. Damn, Shuvi got the pro advice. Honestly, maybe it's just because we air fry or something. When we air fry, it doesn't break. Oog. Oh yeah, we need the acidic rayon pouch.
Acid can be used to make basic chemical batteries.
Once a month. Seems kind of often for tacos, actually. At least for me, because we don't make tacos often. We make burritos, or like, I guess, wraps. I'm certainly a burrito wrap person over...
Riley Robinson used a field scanner to outwit teleporting alien cyborgs and treat his Kara infection. Behavioral economists still debate why Riley abandoned a lucrative motivational speaking career to return to frontier life.
Easy to make and delicious. Yeah, no, true. I'm all for that. So we need 2 silver and rubber. I don't even remember where the silver was. I know we found it at some point, but whatever, we'll find it again. And then for the fins, we need 2 rubber and 2 fiber. And rubber needs Lucifer rot sack. Shit. Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum somewhere beyond the sea.
Colony structure located. There may be clues to the location of the main habitat.
Oh, those things are weird, man. I love this one. Can we just loop this song? Everyone in chat will get sick of it, but I can listen to this all day. You don't even have to add the beat, just keep the guitar going. The hell was that? Sick, bruh. Totally radical, dude. High tide, dude.
Do not hesitate to use alien life forms for survival purposes.
Okay.
But always search for unexpected complexity.
This storage is mad convenient. Want to hear a long story about my outside Voice of the Void experience recently? I remember you mentioning like you heard something, and you were like, "Why am I hearing Voice of the Void noises?" Oh, noodles. We need more. Wait. Yeah. One of the fish in this or something sounds like an ariral. Ariral. I vividly remember that. I couldn't tell you which one that was that you thought it was, but I do remember you mentioning something like this. That sound, right? No, that's the crabs. You must construct additional mimic pylons. There are not enough pylons. Moon. Wow. Yordi. I am a god. How can you kill a god? Wax moon. I'm a god. Blue moon. Ah, good beer right there. I like me some blue moon. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you a blue moon? Hey. Half moon. Did you there's an actual sound effect when you're getting like below like 15% oxygen. He does this like sound. The hell is that? Toxic sponge. Ew. Spring boob squire pants.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert.
Noah.
Return to the life pod at your convenience.
They got Birmingham fish in this game. Birmingham? I woke up in a steamy mood, yeah? 'Cause I live in a shithole. It's full of dickheads. And I hate it. Hello? Do not go out alone.
The rules are simple. Keep the perimeter sensors on alarm, no matter how many false positives you get, and do not go out alone. They are hunting us. We don't know why. Someone made a mistake a long time ago, and we have to live with it. The damn thing is, maybe it was one of us. Maybe they see us and say, look, it's that soft criminal, back from the dead again. Let's get the freak. And we don't even remember what we did.
Soft shell criminal. Wow. It's the soft shell bandit. Oh my god. How can you kill a god? Yo, remember, you guys remember Clogs? Yeah, that's a classic right there. Hey! What the freak? It's before I was born. Father told us to be. It was one Christmas morning in '73. Oh, these guys literally sound like... Yo, chill.
Bite trauma detected. Flares may distract attacking predators.
Those guys sound like Arirals. Ariral. What the freak are you, man? It's Hammerhead. You're not a shark. Ooh. Oh, it's them. Yeah, that's them for sure. My god, get me out this water. No, the water's fine. Oh, it's like I get caught into a current here. It's so 1-1, it's freaking me out. Dude, I can't believe they stole it from Mr. Dr. Nose. I see a memony, enemy. Amenity. Rina. Domo. Domo, Rina.
Oxygen.
The freak is that noise? Any Eminemini. Eminemi. You guys get that reference? I loved Finding Nemo as a kid, which is really odd. I don't know what changed that made me like fear the oceans. Dude, you're right. Now I'm starting to hear it more. Biolab. Yo, they took Gumbo. Why'd they take Gumbo? What happened to Gumbo? Where's Gumbo?
All systems online.
All systems
Welcome
online.
back, Pioneer. I'm Sophie Boucher, co-voltaic surgeon.
Bonjour.
By now you know we're not on the Zora. We call this planet Proteus. We don't know when rescue will find us. For the sake of all our sleeping friends, we have to learn how to survive. Naima?
Oh.
Hey, fellow debt slave. I'm Naima Dakota, ecologist. Take a sip of seawater. Notice that sweet blood taste under the salt? That's a toxic dose of heavy metals.
I don't
Nobody
like the way she
survived
talks
past
to me.
3 months. It's a beautiful place to die over and over again.
But don't let that beauty seduce you, Pioneer.
Bro, she just said,
Exposure
yo,
to
10 out of 10
causes a
bleed out
delusion
spot.
we call Macefield syndrome. The call of the sea. People may tell you it's a gift.
That's crazy.
You know them. You remember what Kara did to our homes. You know we can't trust alien
It is
biology.
though. It really is.
Set up
Is
a
it?
lab here with a few basic biomods.
You see that?
Safe. But if you
Hell
start to
no.
hear voices, or if you get the urge to swim to the tree,
Now,
don't go.
she said,
Habitat
you
is
know,
turned off.
avoid the
We'll
urge
come
to
pick
swim
you
to
up.
the tree, but you know, that's a 10 out of 10 bleed out
Yeah.
spot right there. Sand spears? What the hell is a sand spear? Oh god. Don't you just love water at night? No! Actually, I don't. I really don't. Gotta say. I don't know why, like, I succumb to this... Succumb? I don't know why I submit myself to this, irrational, like, forcible fear experience. I need silver. Frick. It's not scary. Hey, man. Everyone has some sort of fear. And mine happens to be the deep, dark ocean, alright? I think this is a valid fear. I'm not scared of the dark. I'm not scared of... Honestly, I'm not even scared of heights. Alright, we're gonna find silver, I guess. I am titanium. Oh. I've just thought about it. Oh my god, for the gifted to Malky! You got Malky! Oh my god. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. For being brave? Oh, thank you. Thanks. I should add, like, the Subnautica Leviathan noises as sound alerts, so you guys can absolutely just make me shit my pants. Do I hate myself enough to do that? Yeah, probably. Years before I was born, Father told us to me, do it. What?
Oxygen.
Akko doesn't get scared ever. That's actually, that is mostly true. Oh god. Is it quiet for anyone else? Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. Just had to make sure, but I forgot I lowered my mixer a little bit because this game is loud. By the way, am I...
Potential donor found. Suit surface detects molecules matching the organism from the sleep bay.
Am I, louder in the game? Is the game louder than me?
Biological antenna. It
Oh,
archives
no.
useful genetic material in its core as it matures, making it a perfect gene donor.
Not at all. Okay.
Oxygen.
Oh. God, dude. Insert hand.
Adapting alien enzymes to your stomach lining. You may now digest freely.
Oh. Wow. Where'd my... Took me forever to find this. You know, I think I found this yesterday. But I don't recall ever seeing that thing on top. Ooh, wee, ooh, there's a hooded body hard. Don't do it! What is that? Oh, hell no. What a beautiful song.
digging in your butt, twin.
What?
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert.
Okay, let's go
Return to
see
the
what...
life pod at
Hold
your
on,
convenience.
lady. I'm working on it, bloody hell.
I'm monitoring noxiously elevated viral loads in the seawater. Heavy metal assays detect bone blistering levels of cadmium, lead, and chromium. This planet is already killing you. We have to know if the life pod biobed can help. Find a convenient way to die.
No.
Your black box will phase your mind to the biobed.
Every
I'll
button.
put you in a new body. You can return to your point of exit to retrieve dropped items. Regular reprinting may help slow down environmental contamination.
Thank you, man.
It's not
Thank
a
you, man.
long-term solution, but for now, we have to triage.
All right. No.
I understand.
Is that it? That's it? Okay. Yeah, I'm not killing myself. That doesn't sound healthy. Ooh, wow, this looks great. All right. Lock in, bruh. Nah. I'm lagging. Ads. Freaking ads, man. Pissing me off. Sup? 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 Got home from grocery shopping a little bit ago. Nice. Anyone got some crazy weekend plans? What's going on? Friend's birthday party. Nice. That's pretty hype. My nephew's birthday. This is suspicious. Stuff and things. Nice. Sup? Grocery store. Tomorrow I'm gonna replace a faucet in the sink in the kitchen because it's so old that when you pull out the thing, because this is one of those like retractable faucets or whatever, it's got like a little portion that literally starts becoming a bubble, and that's not good. So I'm gonna replace that. I highly doubt Rena is the friend of my 4-year-old nephew. You don't know that. Maybe they're best friends. Maybe your nephew's not actually 4 years old, but an alien from outer space. I live in America, so kind of difficult for that. Maybe you have a teleportation device. Or like some hyperspeed UFO. Hype train. Thank you. What the hell, man? I wish. A UFO would be kind of sick, huh? That would be kind of swag. Never need to pay for travel. Yeah, but what if like the expense of your UFO is like you need straight up, I don't know, uranium. Then it's cooked. Excellent. Ads are over. And your UFO insurance get pretty shitty if you're under 25. Dude, I just, you know, at least you can rent a UFO after you're after 25. Wow, this looks great. You know, for literally nobody to visit. I'm leaving.
Seawater sampling detects a source of genetic adaptations in this region, tracking the bloom of viral activity at the same source. Investigate with caution.
Okay.
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Oh. The Sky Titans. A beacon! Holy! Woohoo! Wait, it said to pick up, but now I can't pick it up. No, I can't pick it up. Frick. Scan dive elevator. What? Nutrient block. Yes. Tasty. What is that? I say you. Hold up. Yippee. Oh, you're titanium. Ooh, this looks terrible. I'm going down. Titanium. This is, I really need that, that breathing pod. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying or no? Oog. Oxygen! Oh, Jesus. How I'm gonna breathe. Hey, hello. Boom! Yo, that would be great lyrics for a song. I am titanium. I disagree. Actually, I think that would be a really stupid song. By like a really stupid musical artist, too. Hey, don't touch me, whatever you are. Hey, don't. Spider Dome?
Oxygen.
Whoa! Okay, I'm gonna freaking leave. So don't. Why are they whispering to me? Pass that song on to my friend David, and from then on, history was made. The worst possible song freaking ever. By one of the worst musical producers of all time. Scan dive elevator. Wow. Oh. Bloom biofilm. Where am I? Hey, get all of my worst song ideas. That dude freaking blows, and not even like good blows. He just blows chunks. I do like titanium though. Jokes aside. Ew, what is this? Okay, I'm gonna leave. The song. Yeah. Woohoo! I can breathe again. Wavemaker fragment. See, it's pretty good. Yeah, come on, turn the radio on. It's not. Wait, actually, that is her. Yeah, no, I lied. Sorry, I've definitely lost touch with all the mainstream music lately. Also, didn't know you could break that for air. I do remember stumbling across this yesterday by accident, and I was like, wait, sick. I've never been in touch. I mean, not to say that you don't, but like, I care about the current wave of music at all times, because, I don't know, the popular, even if I don't particularly care to listen to it, it's... I don't know, I just kind of like it. I like to be in the knowing. No, I mean, like, mainstream music will never be better than, like, what I would normally listen to, I guess. But, you know, then again, I don't know, Pink Floyd used to be mainstream music, really, technically. To a degree. The Beatles.
Oxygen.
I like classic rockers. Obviously my interest in genre fluctuates with the tides of the sea, but you know, I can easily name my like top 5 artists probably. They wouldn't have a particular order except for Pink Floyd being at number 1. Oh, hi. Man, do I miss her.
Oxygen.
Man, do I. But I like parody songs. I think that's all that has to be said in that regard. I mean, yeah, you like a lot of the popular music and parody songs. And like epic rap battles. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just a different... It's just a different forte. Dink and Oider. That was crunchy as hell. She likes to dance like Uma Thurman. Rubber. Blubber. Okay, I need 2 Silverinos still. Alright, we're gonna go into the pit. If I like the music, I listen to it. Dude, honestly, sometimes I'll listen to music that I feel like I hate, but I'll still listen. I'm very strange with music. Because I end up liking it for some reason. But I don't have... I'm not gonna have enough oxygen to, like, survive down here. To even enter the pit. I'm already running out.
The no oxygen alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Okay, hold on. I need oxygen, bruv. Yeah, oxygen's kind of rough right now. I mean, my whole thing about being in touch with music today is the curiosity of, like, what is popular in the sound, I guess. For example, you know, like the 2010s, at least like the later ones or so, maybe somewhere in the middle, was very dubstep. You know, they just took the sound of dubstep into pop and started using it. I don't know, it was interesting. And now, I think that pop is a lot more like hip-hop and rap. They add like the beats and stuff, and it's almost like, you know, I don't know, they're kind of like copy-pasting K-pop in a way, but K-pop is also just pop. So I like to see how it evolves, or devolves. I don't particularly listen to a lot of pop, though. Right now, I listen to Hex System and Boards of Canada, pretty much on loop, off stream. Sometimes on stream. I don't know what you would even call it as a genre. It's kind of just melancholic. It's like nostalgia music. Okay, my bad. Ooh, I need air. Air. What's up, Ashy? I personally would like K-pop to go back to its boy band roots. It's getting too much rap mainstream pop heavy. I agree, although I will say, Jenny from Blackpink, she got that one song. Literally, it's literally just called Jenny. That song slaps. Don't touch me. I'll kill you. Don't. Oh, somebody. Deke. Scanning. Rest in piss, Blackpink. Yeah, but I feel like it was bound to happen. I feel like a lot of the K-pop artists are just realizing that solo career, it's, you know what? All idols, they're starting to realize that just going solo is so much better. You don't have to split any of your earnings. Whoa, buddy. Hell nah. Nah, I'm out. Have a good day. No, you can, sure. Eat my ass. Die. Be killed. Dude, I just need silver. Get away from me. I am the knight. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it with VTubers. They're going indie. Popular corpo VTubers are just going indie.
Building a processor and a power supply.
Because they're realizing they got the movement, they got the popularity from the corpos, and then they leave. Most of the corpos are just giant pieces of shit. I mean, yeah, but you can apply that to K-pop as well, and just idol culture. It's like it's awful. It sucks. You work day and night, 20 hours a day, get 4 hours of rest. Look at Hololive right now. They're working on their next big show, and they're tweeting like, "Damn, I was in the studio for like 12 hours today. Then I got a 6-hour break, and then I went back." It blows. It freaking blows, dude. Corporal world. Shit's crazy. Yeah, I kind of do miss the older K-pop days though, but I also do enjoy like some of the newer hits. It depends on the group. La criatura.
Contact. Something large is moving nearby.
No, 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 no. 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 I just need silver, please. Why is everywhere I go hell? I'm interested in something similar. Oh dear God. Dude. I'm gonna start forcing you to send all of these in like 2 lines at a time, because there's no way you think I'm gonna read all this. Bro. I'm not even reading it out loud. I'm gonna have to read it in my head. Yes, I am a RuneScape messenger. I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't know if I've listened to... What? Dude. Nowhere is safe. Some say the Great Wall of Joe is invisible from MySpace. I can't, dude. I don't have the brain capacity to read those out loud. I have to read them in my head. Classic Joe. Dude, I'm not reading them freaking out loud anymore. I'm from the RuneScape days, like the OG, like early on RuneScape days. So my whole shebang is a line at a time. This paragraph stuff is not for me, which is funny because I read books. But it's a little different, I guess. I can't stay in line at a time. We'll get freaking used to it. Wahoo! I dissect and respond to each piece individually, man. I wrote too much in college. Yeah, me too. Especially right now. Why do you have ping sounds? That's your fault. I am that person. I am the, and then you have a friend who types like this, and then all you hear is ping. Turn the sounds off, man. Turn them off. My phone blowing up makes me feel special. I have not had like a notification sound on anything in probably like 10 years. What's up, unknown? This is why we have a very special daily redeem called Joe's Paragraphs of Doom. They do feel like Doom. Long paragraphs remind me of... Dude, I don't care about the advisor and his alert. For the 80th time. No! Don't.
Life in the seawater is dead. The ocean is blighted. Gather scans and return with appropriate.
It's too formal. Paragraphs are too formal. It's too, it reminds me of real estate where I had to send paragraph after paragraph. I can't do it. It's like PTSD. But I'm also just, I grew up on line after line. That's just kind of how I be. God for UAV noise. Paragraphs where it's venting is fun. I mean, I'll read it, but bro, I can't be bothered to read it like out loud.
Wreck diving may lead to disorientation, asphyxiation, and print loss. Be sure you are prepared to die usefully.
Biobed. Huh. Anime who got really annoyed me a long time ago. Skill issue. Skill issue. I would blow up on someone if they did that in DMs like proper during a conversation. I think I'd blow up on them for don't touch me. Slash me scans you. Whoa! Ow. Wait, hold on, I'm scanning. Come here. Yeah, how do you like that? Yeah, get running, bud. How you like that? You gon' like that? Wow, supply crate. Suffocation, no breathing. Did you just slash me? Yeah. That's just kind of how I operate these days. I just slash me all the time. Don't you dare. Yeah. Sugma. I'm a bit of a boomer nowadays. I've lost my touch. I'm out of touch.
oxygen.
I need the softest but still notable sound I can get. No, I don't really care how someone types generally. I'm not sure much of that matters to me, but it is kind of weird on Twitch. Granted, sometimes I'll read it out, and sometimes I won't. Kind of depends.
Oxygen.
Help! Don't! Frick you, man. You're ugly and dumb just because you're red and black and a little bit of white, a lot of bit of white. You think you can bully people? Your color scheme? You're a Koya Red wannabe, and that guy's dead. I killed him. Don't! Dude, I'm getting sick of you. I'm getting sick of you, man. Emotes are getting less and less. Actually, unironically, yeah. I feel like I've been posting emotes less and less. I just type lol. Is this silver?
Limestone is formed by the death
Oh
of
my
coral.
goodness!
Each plateau in this region once housed tens
Oh
of
my
millions of living
goodness.
things.
Pent? Wait, I need breathing.
Oxygen.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't have like the oh my god. There's so much silver over here. Oh, inventory's full. I can't focus on long paragraphs like I used to. It might just be, you know, TikTok syndrome.
Oxygen.
This, like, inability to lock in to long texts. But I don't know, the same logic I could apply to the fact that I be reading books. Like House of Leaves. House of Leaves is weird though. It's I'm not even kidding. That's like the equivalent of reading or typing a line at a time. Highly recommend you guys read House of Leaves. It is the strangest book. It's actually one of my favorites solely because it's not paragraphs. It's weird. The formatting is boggling. Yeah, I know, it's a Twitch thing. I do still use some emotes, but typically it's kind of infrequent.
Contact. Primary habitat detected. It is silent.
Silence. Doctor Who. Have studied in college, not the story, but the typographical layout.
If one of my species finds this message, you may be the very last human being in the universe. You get to write the last chapter of our story. I ask you to do the most human thing you can. Forget your debt. Forget Noah, forget Altera, forget Zazora and the life you imagined. It's all gone now. You're going to die here, and that's all right. Pick the most interesting thing you can see and explore.
Somewhere beyond the sea.
Combustion byproducts detected. Fire is a critical risk in oxygen-rich habitats.
Whoa. This place is totally radical.
Log. Day 755.
Wait, I need
I
oxygen.
think I've cracked it. Sophie and Anita are
Oh, God.
both right. The Protea virus causes Macefield syndrome, but only one kind of Protea virus. The Bloom strain.
Oh,
Maybe it's
snap.
changing Anita's Angiochrome adaptations. I've tuned the sonic resonators to destroy the viral crystals grown by the Bloom strain.
I always...
We should test on the Angiochromes out
Oh,
west
Jesus
with
Christ.
those promising heat shock proteins. And if I'm wrong, hey, I'm just a dietitian. Noah should have woken up a virologist.
Stop! Don't do it, please!
Whoa.
The kids deserve a chance to live!
The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Leave me bloody alone with your life pod. Are they talking about the hentai virus? No, that's not real. Come on, dude. I'm just gonna make stuff up. I'm out of batteries. Oh, God.
Noah? Is there a fire? Noah, do not open the Seacocks.
The what?
Noah?
Oxygen.
Acknowledge, please. I have a mouse trap, Noah, and I'll use
Ow.
it. Do not...
Hell. I'm afraid I can't do that. I cannot do that, David. Dude, yeah, man. Seacock. Yep. Battery terminal. Oh, bollocks. Open the pod bay doors, Hal. I'm sorry, David. I'm afraid I cannot do that. How? Whoa. Lead. Crunchy. Crunchy AF. I gotta piss. Real talk.
Habitat is gone. The biobeds blew up and Noah flooded everything. I got to my air just in time. We tried to drag people clear, but they're gone. I don't think they're gonna reprint. I'm taking survivors due east to the tadpole pens. Swim down the tunnel past Sophie's office to the baby jellies. I'll do a head count at the worksite there.
Wow. I'm gonna piss. Be right back. Maho Mushi. So, hey, sup guys? It's me, VR chatter. Yo, you wanna look at mirrors with
Reporting
me?
record. Very quick. Damn it, there is a riot in Habitat. Chap and Mantis have explosives.
Are you like French?
25 people lived here. They were trying to build a life.
We're on fire. I have to go.
Farms and
Ganzo.
biomods that could
Ganzo,
support
Ganzo.
40,000
Signal everyone
sleeping
outside to
souls.
rally at the tadpole
But they
pen.
didn't make it. Why? Were they sick?
Dude, what the freak are you talking about? French lady, come back. Dang it. Dang it.
About 25 people lived.
Now it's a ghost town.
It's not a real mind. Not like you or me. It can learn facts, but it can't change how it thinks. And why would it? Let me quote the manual. Noah's cephalopod-inspired architecture uses a central administrator to govern limb nodes at
Nobody wants this. I hate it more than I can say, but it's time. As colony surgeon, I have determined that we can no longer take care of the sick. We don't have the calories to spare.
Cruise ships. Wow. Advertisements. 9. I kept thinking the same thing. Now it's a ghost town. Wow. Where did I leave my storage, yeah? Where bloody is that? Where did I leave it? Halt! Wait, my storage container. Hello? Dude, freak your pulps. Any pulp enjoyers in chat? Actually, I don't mind pulp at all. I might even prefer it, to be honest. Yeah, I said it. I think pulp is better. Yes. Yo, my man Shaquan. I mean, they have like 2 good songs. You have like 1 good song. So get freaking wrecked. You gave all your hits to David Guetta. How do you feel about that? Slash Me sentences you to a cruise. I'd hit David Guetta too. Yeah, same. That guy sucks. Ow, my ass. How? They're hurting me. How? I'm sorry, Dave. Your ass is gonna get eaten. Ow! Help! Help me! It freaking hurts. Touch me, your mother. Dude. Take that back, or you're banned. And I mean it. I'm serious. If you don't take it back, I'm seriously banning you forever. Also, PayPal me $200.
Has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
No. Now that you said that I should return to the life pod, I'm not gonna do it. Television. Oh, the nation. My one good song was mostly just My Direction. You're in One Direction? I always knew it. Joe Line is from One Direction. Boom, look at this. You guys are jealous. I've got a standard air tank. Literally. Literally standard. Wavemaker requires a wiring kit? How do I wiring kit? The world may never know. Starman. I need a battery. Literally need a battery. And then I need my habitat builder.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You have taken a major step towards zero debt today. As a platform for systems like the processor and scanner station, a habitat is a vital investment in your future. A habitat can also be an emotional anchor, proof that you've built something to last. Remember, it's easier to replace a body than a base.
I just don't think that's true. But alright. Kinda weird. I think we're just gonna base around here, yeah? Dude, when I was much younger, we got Fruity Loops Studio. My friend and I. And we made the most
30 seconds.
just insane. I don't know what the hell you would consider it, but it was not normal music. Frick. Quartz, please. Titanium, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Very nice. I like. And here we have the need for more quartz. Hello? Quartz? I need a solar panel, please. Dude, where's all the quartz at? Where the quartz, where the quartz, where the quartz, where the quartz at? Hello? Wow, what if I just lived here? Who dat? Boom!
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Cormier! 5 big booms. Are they still relevant? They still do stuff? They piss me off. How dare they joy max? Or whatever the hell the kids say.
Power connected. All systems online.
All systems online. I hate that they're having a good time. And making money off of it. Pisses me off. Why can't they be miserable? Why? Tell me why. God damn, this can be quite long. Sweet. And this here is my base.
30 seconds.
It's not much, but it's mine. And this is the largest satellite in the world. Hello.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I need a fabricator. I need titanium. And a biobed. Let me make sure my coffee didn't explode. Alright, can confirm the coffee blew up. It combusted. All over. Just kidding. It's all good. Alright, so dive elevator. Underwater elevator ideal for establishing work sites. What the hell? This shit's crazy. Dude, this is so like HDMI capable. Alright, what do I need for a new battery, please? Acidic rayon pouch. Alright. Yes. Looks like a ball sack. But like pink. I guess that's just how it is.
Welcome aboard.
TYVM. Create for me a battery. Boom! Okay, now, I need storage. Which needs titanium 2.
Welcome aboard.
Wahoo! Oh, no.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the
Just
life
out of
pod
curiosity,
at your
has he done
convenience.
literally anything besides that? Literally anything. Literally. Alright. We gotta go scan some shite. Let's go listen to what this guy has to say. All he does is advise. What is it? Chap.
Another black box. Chap Savan, head of computational
Game Chap and
dynamics.
Bertie here.
His job is to make sure I'm doing my job. I'm what he would call weakly supervisable. It means I respond well to human guidance. I can take partial instructions and generate a coherent concept of operations. Chap gave you his PDA passkey so you could play games on his account. I let it slide. His action was against the rules, but in support of the concept. Signal location uploaded to PDA. T. Ruby NR, lead pilot. Partial voice data retrieved.
Hey! Umala! Uh-oh.
Do you remember the flight to the Cicada? Before you were scanned into storage?
Cicada's such a nice word.
Ruby kept maneuvering the shuttle wildly, and then apologizing to the passengers. I don't know how you felt about it. Personally, I was charmed. She finds her work intoxicating, and that's what life is all about. Loving what you do. Signal location uploaded.
Loving what you do? In this corporate world? You're crazy. You're crazy. One does not simply love what they do.
Welcome aboard.
TYVM. Ooh, I think we need more storage, bruv. Ooh, no more titanium. Okay. We must return to Camp 1. At once. Or was it... Was it Wu Lianghai? It was Wu. Okay. Why are there 4, man? No. You bastards, all of you. You all suck. Leave me alone.
30 seconds.
Oh god. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Oh boy, more of them. No. This has to be serpentines. Stop. Whoa! Get dodged, fool! Yeah. I do a little bit of scanning. Scanner station, lab chair. Dining table. Ooh, can I get the sofa? Really? I can't get the cool little corner sofa couch thing? I cringe. Spotlight. Small coral jar. I think we can already make the wave maker, yeah? Yeah. Battery terminal. 1 of 2. Bioreactor. 1 of 3. Oh. I mean, he just simply died. Biobed. Is this a different biobed?
This biobed was destroyed with a demolition explosive. The composition is not a licensed fabricator recipe.
Already have the processor. Dining chair. Wow. All right, we got the battery terminal. Methinks. That'll be extremely handy in Pog. Extremely Pog and handy. Okay, I guess we got the full scanner station. Let's go towards this Ruby person. See what's going on. Air! The hell are you? Oh! What? It made me freaking pause? Sand spear! That's what they mentioned! Yo, get scanned, loser. The hell? Freaky dude.
30 seconds.
Wait. Wait, I need air. So that's the sand spear. All right, great. Hate that.
Contact. Altera starship wreck detected.
Altera. Frick Altera.
Hey, Gonzo. You hear that? South, close. Everybody get your flares ready. Keep them away from the kids. Two of them! Hey! Umala! Uh-oh.
Kind of nonchalant about potentially losing your ship there.
30 seconds.
Or whatever it was.
Eco-analysis detects human remains interred beneath the sediment. This
What?
site is a mass grave.
Oh. That's great. No, really, I'm so hyped to hear that.
Seconds.
Exciting news, really. You still on me, man? Come on. Where's he going? Hey, this is the safe zone. You can't be here. I mean, I don't know if you can kill them with this. It's a very hard bonk.
30 seconds.
This base is gonna shut down once the sun sets. I need like a battery or something. What's odd is you can just swim into all this, you know, like...
Warning. Power
Yeah,
offline.
that's what I kind of expected to happen. I mean, I need to make some sort of... I didn't get enough for the bioreactor, it seems.
30 seconds.
But I reckon that's our next big objective, so our base can stay powered. Oh, a power cell. Silver wiring kit. Well, how do I make a wiring kit, man? Okay. So the wave maker needs grease, which we have, battery we can make, silver we have, and I just need to figure out how to make a wiring kit, which might just require the mild acid or something. I need to make something that like creates the recipe.
Advisor has transmitted an alert.
Dude.
Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Contact. K. Wander Wangmo. A young, able spacer. Partial voice data retrieved.
Mirror breach got me. Should have brought flares. Stupid.
Do you remember when she stole that fried dough from her brother and offered it to you? Right in front of him. An egregious act of sisterhood. Signal location uploaded to PDA. Be cautious. Seawater viral load increases sharply out west of the life pod.
What? Dude, nah, I think I'm good on that.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks. For sure we'll get a second storage. Well, I'm glad this still works. I mean, it makes sense, it's just storage, but... my fabricator's down. We don't have air. Air, I say. Yeah.
Power connected.
Excellent.
All systems online.
That is good to hear. How am I out of copper? Okay, let's go get some copper. Okay, next copper I found I should scan. Blue moon.
This colony of worms in a shared membrane has no earthly analog.
Sorry, what?
You have discovered a new clade. Naming rights may be auctioned off or reserved as a gift for that special someone in your future.
Ha! Yeah, for sure, dude. For sure.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks. Okay, well, I have mild acid. It didn't give me a new recipe for anything, though. Maybe I need to make fiber mesh. So we get some of the things to make fiber. Also some quartz. Ow. Ow. Oh, hello. Oh god, get me out. It hurts. Why?
30 seconds.
Oh, I have to go back because it has these things here. I'm sorry, man. Here, take this.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Oh, I never even got the pulp. I'm so silly. Gotta find us a nice biome at some point to actually move to. Okay, you make all that. What? Do I have to be present? Oh, I do. Aw. Oh wait, this is just basic acid. How do I make it strong? How odd. Okay. Let's make another storage for... Ooh, wallite large. Yeah, let's make another storage, and this one will be for titanium. Screw it, just put it in here. Oh, am I out of titanium? Okay, well. Here, put it for the scrap. Give me another health kit. Some water. Double water, actually, because I gotta drink one. A nutrient block. The last of its kind. We're so close to this wave maker, we just don't have whatever recipe this is. Okay. Let's go to... Chap. This looks familiar.
30 seconds.
Did I make my base in one of these or something? So here's this giant enemy crab. Is he an enemy? I don't think I'm gonna mess with him. That wouldn't be ideal. Battery! Yay! What? What is this marking? What? Why? I don't. Why is it? Why? That shit's weird, man. I don't like that. H Baron, yo, what's good? Yo, what's good? What the toes? This guy said toes. This guy be sucking toes. What the? Oh, this looks familiar.
Okay. You comfy?
My mouth is full of holes.
What?
I'm turning on the nitrogen. Deep breath. You have a brand new body. You might even be a little stronger. A little faster. The biobeds got you.
Until it all happens again. The meadow. Or the maize field. This planet is poison.
If this works, we can
Poison!
slow down the syndromes by reprinting our bodies until we find a cure.
What if there is no cure?
Chap, sweetie, don't be scared. Noah will find a way.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Endurance upgraded. Inventory expanded.
Sweet.
Kurultai Records, day 585. Consultation with chaplain psychiatrist Lucretia Kapoor about the state of the Noah. Lucretia, say hello.
Hello. Would it be appropriate to include Raster and Chap?
Before I ask our computer people to fix Noah, I need to know. What is wrong with it?
With it? Or with you?
What?
Has the Noah failed to perform its tasks? Or do you feel that it's asking too much of us?
I can't afford to have feelings about
Ow!
anyone's behavior.
Continues to scan even though it hurts. Ow.
Is erratic.
Because if you allowed yourself to have feelings, you might disagree with the machine?
This is not why I asked you.
Of course it is. You use the Noah as a source of certainty in the face of terror. If the Noah can become delusional and mistaken, so can you. And it can.
The Noah can become delusional?
It has a fixed model of reality. It can
Delulu.
entertain any madness imaginable, and many more you cannot imagine. As long as those delusions help it complete the mission.
So the Noah is insane, but only when it's useful?
Are we any different? Anita has invented an entire belief system to justify the Angel Comb adaptations. Because they are useful.
She's insane too. She's a puppet for the Mazefield virus. I can't prove it, but I know it.
You see? You do have feelings.
That's so beautiful. Wow. I think we need to segue our old memology about the French and just make it French Canadian. You know what I mean? The French accents, I think they're pretty cool. How to piss off every single European 101. Say something nice about the French. Become an enemy. Huh? What do you mean French accents are pretty cool? I don't know, they're like... Je m'appelle. Dude, I don't know. They're like, je m'appelle. They're like, habitat builder. I can't do it. Can't do the French like other people. I failed my French class in university. It was pretty bad. To be fair, there's like a few teaching methods that I just simply cannot get behind, and one of them is when you're forced to interact in order to
Welcome aboard.
get scored. Sugar of Saturn. Mmm. How do I get strong acid? How? I need it. All accents are pretty cool. Just feel like some are cooler. It's like, whoa, freaky bro. Why you sound like that? Sounds pretty cool, man. Wait, does this have more storage? 30 slots. Holy moly. Brick. Copper. Titanium. Silver. Put silver here with the copper. Yeah. The hell's that noise? What seems to be the issue here? I'm missing titanium and quartz. Lol. To be honest, man, lol. That's right. Titanium. Dude, that had like a beat to it. Batteries. Put them away in. Give me one. Give me one. One battery. Alright, cool. We need to make food, bruh. Like, literally, we need food, dude. Wander. I was, warned about that one. That it might be a little bit spooky. They gotta pull some, like, crazy shit with this game. Have, like, the Leviathan break in and destroy your first base. We've yet to see one. I'm not going into that shit, bro. You can't pay me enough to go into that void. Where are my whale friends? Like, what's going on? Can't seem to be able to reach that section there. Nutrient block. Ooh. There's like another way down? No, it's totally in there. Whoa, it's so pretty, dude. Alright, well, we need to make this sonic resonator. Empty. Empty. Back up, bud. I'm armed. You don't want this. What'd I tell you? Yeah, that felt bad, huh? Didn't like that at all. We got that surface speed. Shit. God damn it. Oh. God, it's so far. My breath, I can feel it dwindling. Please.
Oxygen.
Please. Wow, so beautiful. What was that shit? Nah. Oh, hell nah. Whoa! Enter the hole. One of the last phobia. What's up, Smexy Lexi? How it be? How it be? Whoa.
Endurance upgraded. Inventory expanded.
It's got like a weird hue to it. I don't like this. Hello.
Human journal, go. During salvage
A wiring kit, bruv!
Zip recovered a body from the seafloor.
Rebreather.
It's me. I was in the first wave that built Camp 1. The ones who vanished. What happened to me? If Noah wiped my
System
memory
chip.
that kept me around, it must think I contribute something valuable to the group. Maybe it doesn't have any other ecologists. Or it likes how I scream. The Buddhist kids are right. I am trapped in samsara. Personally, I'd be okay with reincarnation as an animal. Maybe a cool eel. But I just came back as me.
What?
Zip gathered my bones for fertilizer. I'm grateful. She's not bad, as humans go.
What's she on about? Oh, tadpole! It's the ting. Wow. We need another power cell terminal. We need that. We need that. We need that. Oh, the hell was that? Okay. Was I murdered? Maybe. More inventory, let's go! Dude, I'm not even gonna look to my left. Dude, get away from me! You freakazoid! I hear some shit over there, bro. I'm not. I am playing. Hello.
We can't swear. Try to swear.
High capacity
Swear fine.
air tank?
We can't swear in English. Why would I want to swear in English? There are no good swears in English. Because the NOAA took all the good English swears out of our head. It can't do that. It can scan us, print us, or roll us back to an earlier version. It can't edit us. Maybe it edited out the knowledge that it can edit us. It can't edit our uploads because they are low-energy mortal data, and NOAA is a high-energy digital system. Like
that makes me feel really sick.
With a knife. I still don't get why you're okay with the biobeds. It seems like bad Buddhism to accept eternal reincarnation into a cycle of pointless suffering. My suffering was already eternal and pointless because I have a twin.
Dude, screw that. Oh, dude, the OG poster! Aw. That's cool. Bro, like literally, I just got in here. Plasteel. Oh, I didn't miss that. Gotta be honest. Not the plasteel. Definitely didn't miss that. Oh, wiring kit. Silver and copper wire. Excellent. Moonpool! Oh my god. I'm glad these still have air, oxygen somehow. Oh. Lithium, right. Strong acid! What? Necrolase cyst? Well, how the hell do I get that? Sulfur and gold. Ooh. Dedicated core. Quartz and strong acid. Alright, alright. Cool, cool. We need a system chip, man. Please, bioreactor. Please, get away from me. Now. Oh my god, lithium. That's crazy. Okay, we can make plasteel. I can make a rebreather. We're so back. Dude, screw these sounds. On God. I feel like all the objectives are slowly leading towards the tree. Like, didn't they tell me not to go towards the tree? Dive elevator. Bioreactor. Ow. Excellent. I can't wait to see the recipe. It's gonna be insane. Oh. Oh god. Actually, never mind. We're further from the tree than before. We're going the opposite direction. Preparing you to go towards the tree, but they said not to go towards the tree. They very specifically said never go to the tree. What's wrong with the tree? It speaks to you, man. Like, it be talking to you and stuff, dude.
Power connected. All systems online.
It's like serious voodoo, man. Make on tree.
Welcome aboard.
Wait, why is it more red than blue in the base? Crunchy. Okay. Wiring kit. Oh, I have an advanced wiring kit, not a wiring kit. Are you serious? Oh, that's fine. I could just make it. Wait, system chip. Is that what I needed for the thing? Yes. Oh, it cost me a wiring kit. And we need 2 times fiber mesh.
The Wakemaker is a marine adaptation of the Spacemaker EVA thrust pistol system. Travelers should be careful to rest their wrist, elbows, and shoulders during prolonged use.
What? Oh yeah, strong acid, but I can't freaking make it. It's cooked. Whoa. This is so weird. It's not a sea moth. It's kind of like... It's odd.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks. Now. Alright, we need to make some water again. We have the lithium, so I could at least make the plasteel that we needed, right? Or not? Do I need a different... Maybe we need the processor for the plasteel? Titanium ingot and copper ingot. Oof. But how do I... But it says I can make it. Quartz and a copper wire. Okay, we should make a battery terminal for sure. No! I didn't even say anything that... Why would you listen? I don't even understand. Did anything I say even sound remotely close to Siri? Because that's the real question. Ooh, my frames. At least that drop is temporary. I think we need more of these, like... this stuff. Oh, this is where the quartz is.
30 seconds.
Question for this base is...
Welcome aboard.
where we see very little opening for blue. Will we be okay? Oh wait, biolab. Oh, this -5. Oof. Okay, I think we need the processor. But I need power. I don't know, more solar panels? That might be the play. Alright, what does the battery thing take up? It takes up no power? What? Oh, it takes up like 1. Okay. So the rebreather needs the fiber mesh. And fiber mesh needs fiber and strong acid. I have a feeling we need a processor to make strong acid. No, we need necrolase cysts. Which, is that just from this thing? This is Curtain Gorgon. This is Whip Gorgon. Hello, crabs. Necrolay Cyst. Where's that, like, Lucifer thing, this? Cradle Shoot Root. No.
30 seconds.
Coral Dome. Branching Coral. I could swear we saw something called something cyst. I don't remember where it was now. Ow. Ouch.
30 seconds.
Pent. Blue. Quartz. Whoa. Cool. Are you a Necrolay Cyst? You're a Cabbage Shoot Root. Wow. Ow. Oh, I think I remember how they look.
30 seconds.
They're just rare, but they're on the surface. Ow. Man. A classic. Now it's gonna be nighttime, so it's gonna be even harder to find them. They're here on the surface. Somewhere.
30 seconds.
No. Come on, man. Where are you guys at? I keep thinking we need 3 of those, but we do not. I'm not sure I want to get pulled into the rift. I'm getting pulled into the rift. Ow. Damn, did I scan it? Your contract. Ow! Why? Why? Why is hot? This entire place hot? How far can I stroll? Maybe they were here in this biome. It kind of looks like eyes just pointing out of the ground. Oh, it gets pretty warm over there. I can't. Kind of odd because we've been to that biome. What do we got over here? Something's blinking for sure. Oh God. Please have something air related here.
30 seconds.
It's so bad. It's so bad. No. How do I leave?
Oxygen.
Nahima Journal, go. No one wants to talk about how we got here. Pointless to speculate. I like pointless speculation. Can't be a flight navigation error. The cicada had years to adjust course. We couldn't fly to the wrong star, so we must have made an unscheduled phase gate transit. But phase gates come in pairs. If we jumped through a gate, we could jump back. And which phase gate anyway? Cesor is 14 years outside Transgov space. There are no gates en route. Unless the phase gate wasn't human. Mantis told me that Altera found an alien phase gate on 4546B. It's where the frontiersmen got their mini-gate technology. What if the cicada detected an alien phase gate and diverted to check it out? What if the cicada went through the gate and couldn't return? Where's the cicada? None of us remember a crash. And where are the aliens who built the gate? It can't be the tailings. So who?
Me. Ads. Let them get out of the way. Gosh darn ads, man. Seriously. Wonder how the Phasmo event's going. Thanks for hanging out, gamers. Hope it's been a good Friday for you guys. Dude, we have a space category in the Discord, and all of the posts get removed, man. Well, not all, but a lot of them get removed. All my space news completely removed. 5 ever. Okay, ads are jover. Those damned ads, man. Okay.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks, mate. Oh, damn, they're only fully charged? Okay, we need to find... What do we need to find? I mean, we need to find a way to, like, power the thing better. Hydroelectric turbine. And a power transmitter. This could be the play. I need to find a proper rift somewhere. Is there one right here? No. Yeah, that's suboptimal. I feel like the base location kind of blows for hydroelectric power. Where is the closest rift? Huh. Shit. I could have sworn there was one here, but I guess not. Maybe they dissipate? You know what though? I think there's one that... Dude, what is that noise?
30 seconds.
Whatever you say. Oh, it's probably... Is the whale up above? No, it's not. Okay. Bro, where is the, like, rift? It leads into a hole. Oh, here. Oh, it's, like, right next to the base. Okay, I need silver and titanium.
Welcome aboard.
We're gonna need food soon. Oh god. Oh bollocks. Dude, this loud growling noise?
Welcome aboard.
It's kind of pissing me off. I don't understand where it's coming from. Oh, it's probably that guy. Yeah. So, let me just get this correct. Generates power when placed inside a natural current and requires power transmission device, cannot be placed in an artificial current. Yes. Okay. Can I not rotate it the other way? Fine. It's just, it looks weird here now. Oh. Excellent. Good. I was gonna say, it looks kind of weird, man. I don't like that.
30 seconds.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, this is gonna add 12 power Reno, which is kind of sweet. Now, will this connect? How do I know this is gonna work? Ah. How far will it go? About here. Okay, so we're gonna need quite a few more. Oh, wait? Yeah. Okay. Excellent.
Seek
Welcome
caloric
aboard.
intake.
I will seek caloric intake in just a moment. Now, the processor, which needs a copper wire. This is minus 10. Huh? Oh. Okay, it only takes up that power when it's on. Good, good. Let me seek some caloric intake. I mean, I figured, but I just wasn't sure if it was gonna work that way. Nutrient block would be a biofuel block and salt. Well, how in the world do I... Coral shavings and sugar of Saturn. I don't have a lead, alright? We're gonna catch some fish.
Welcome aboard.
Harvest Moon. I don't want to eat that. Wow, Harvest Moon actually gives the most. Tasty. I'm not eating Harvest Moon. You guys can be free. I need to make an aquarium or something.
Welcome aboard.
Excellent. We need titanium ingots, and we need copper ingots. Let's go get some titanium. We need a lot of it. Oh my god, a nutrient block.
Are you tired of death and fear? Do you know that this world doesn't have to be our enemy? Do you feel the call of the tree? Do you know the day of the Jubilee is coming? When we are released
Jubilee.
from our debts and allowed to live our lives? Find us at Camp 1.
I feel like Camp 1 is kind of... yeah. Kind of cooked. habitat? Oh. What's up, Kyle? Afternoon, yeah. It's my greatest fear. Hey, you and I both. I don't know why I do this every single time, but I do.
Welcome aboard.
I don't know why I wishlisted this game. I've played every single Subnautica. It's very funny that I have done so. Why do I need plasteel? This needs fiber mesh. Oh. Damn, 120. All right. Big upgrades. Next, we need copper. Prayers send out vibes for Yuland. I hope he gets lost. Jesus. Yeah. I hope he gets freaking lost. Rude. Yeah, and I hope the internet isn't, like, good there, so it takes forever to find a route back. That's what he freaking gets. Alright, we need copper. Yeah, I think he's staying with Cairo for like a day or something, right? That's pretty cool. Moving, oh moving. Kind of exciting. Yeah, I know he's like anxious about it. I tried to reassure him by saying that, you know, if he gets lost, there's some great alternatives, like selling his body to like find a way back. All the good stuff. Maybe he'll find a nice dude along the way and... Oh! You bastard. I hate you so bad. Hate you so bad, man. Whoa, what are you? Hey. What is this? I can't even scan it. Today and the rest of the weekend. Pretty neat, pretty cool.
30 seconds.
I wasn't even near you, man. Pissing me off. Eat it. Consume. Alright, leave. We still need John Contraption. Hopefully over the weekend I can fix my sleep, man. Jeez. Just thinking about it, it's so bad.
Welcome aboard.
It is so bad. Copper ingot.
Warning. Power offline.
Aww. What? I just don't know if I can make a second one and it will work in the same rift. Logically, it should, right? We need more copper then. Yeah. Good to see you though, Kyle guy. Hope your weekend is gonna be stacked with crazy, awesome activity. Every time I say this to someone, they just tell me that, like, they're gonna have the worst weekend of their entire lives. And I'm like, okay, well, my bad. We've yet to see a Leviathan. I mean, I guess I am still forging a base. This is a weird playthrough for me because I just have it next to the life pod. So the traveling is going to be so tedious. Oh, look at that. But I don't know anything about this game, obviously, the locale. Oh, hello. Yes. Okay, we are full on the copper. We're full on the everything. Dangling salp. Does this hurt? Suspension feeding predator that captures organisms from the current. There is no current, silly. Let's stay away from those guys. Wait, hold on, I saw some. Oh. No, we're good for now. Hello? Hello, Blue Moon. Oh, snap. Oh, here's another current. Might be a bit too far from the base. Alright, surely this means I acquired enough to at least... I think it'll warn me if it produces more power or not. Let's see. Oh, I need silver.
Power connected. All systems online.
Excellent. But it's only temporary, so we need to get that silver. That silver. Wow, I'm out of silver, really. Where did it even go? Where did I put all the silver? What did I put the silver into, rather? The world may never know. Oh, I didn't want to eat that yet. It's fine. It's fine, I'm only, miserable on the inside from that. Okay, we do in fact need a little bit more. Now, what was that for? I don't even remember what I was building. Oh, bioreactor, yes. Okay, so what are we looking at? Overdrive. I'm not doing that. Okay. Let's see if Lucifer Rotsack is a valid... If not, we can use the rayon pouches, perhaps. Splendid. This is giving 10 fuel, which is kind of nice. Okay. So now we have that. I do need the scanner. It's gonna... Oh man, I'm gonna lose 10. Or a biobed. Noah terminal requires copper wire and glass. Okay, so we need double copper wire. Oh. The copper industry is suffering, man. Let's find some more copper, I suppose. Any copper? Yes. Yes. Indeed. Oh, that's silver. I mean, we'll take it. We need some silver. For sure. It'd be so messed up, but if they put one of those, like, sand crawler things in here... Man, that'd be spectacular. Oh, this place is kind of wicked, huh? Okay, I need O2. This place is interesting. Oh, hello.
Dexterity upgraded. Tool quick access improved.
What? Tool quick access. I wanted more inventory space. Oh, we don't need to scan that. Is this gonna hurt? No. Goop and ooze. Repair tool. I might not be chatting much at the moment, but I've had you on the on entertaining and peaceful background noise over the last couple of days, mister. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying the Subnautica. Or I guess the No Man's Sky. We're really in the exploration arc of our streams lately. All we do is explore exploration games. It's just been a lot of fun. No Man's Sky I play pretty often. Granted, mostly off stream, I guess, but I just, you know, my thing is No Man's Sky has become very, like, daily oriented as well. Because I have, like, I have 2 settlements and a fleet to deal with and maintain. But man, I love that factor of it. It's like playing an MMO, just without the players. An ORPG. It's good though. I need a new space game because Destiny 2 is dead. Yeah, Pocahontas. And yeah, it's all good. It's all good. You don't gotta chat much. You don't gotta chat at all. I appreciate that you're just hanging out. It's pretty cool. It's a very common thing to tell streamers is like when they feel bad about their viewer count, you could just remind them that like, hey man, imagine you're in a room and there's 10 individual people listening to you, right? I don't really look at my viewer count because it could potentially disorient me for an entire stream, so I just try not to look at it or be informed. Warframe? No. I can't, dude. The wait times for the crafting for Warframe, like, it started to piss me off a bit.
Welcome aboard.
I think they nerfed the bio thing, though. Look at this. Dude, the music in this game is spectacular. For real. Dude underscore. Now that's gotta be a username of all time. Was good. Wrong stream it sent me to. Yeah, that happens too sometimes. I also started playing Star Wars The Old Republic recently, as I never really got to play it back when it came out.
Welcome aboard.
I tried that as well. I love bounty hunters in Star Wars so much that I started basically a storyline that's like completely bounty hunter. It's actually, I'm so obsessed with bounty hunting and bounty hunters that I'm even doing like a bounty hunter playthrough in No Man's Sky, really, when I think about it.
Welcome aboard.
Okay. Sick. We've got power for days. Let's get ourselves a scanner unit. Alright. What's going on here? Oh, what? Bloom infestation, cicada debris, Altera bases. Oh, please. Yes. We need that. I don't even know how it looks. Splendid. Okay. We need NOAA terminals. We need copper wire. I think we're gonna expand at this point. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Can I just build from here or what? What? Did that build the room or not? Oh, interchesting. Okay, I dig that. I can get behind it. Oh. They've certainly improved with that stuff. That's cool. Have we found 0? Okay. Such is life. Alright, NOAA terminal. So this guy can yap to us. What do you mean build area obstructed? Yeah, it's honestly great. Hey Noah. How's it going? Nothing new for me? Cool. Alright, next we need a biobed. Another copper wire. Spank you very much. I assure you we'll spend time making this place look nice in due time. Right now, I'm just locked in on getting all the essentials. Biolab, copper wire and mild acid. Okay. Let's make our copper wire. Of course, now I can't. Where's the mild acid? You need acidic rayon pouches. Okay. Well, we have an infinite source, apparently. It seems like all of the things eventually replenish. So, some resources do not run out. And I don't have to make a farm. I'm still going to make a farm. We don't have to. Okay, and then we need copper again. To no one's surprise, I'm sure. Man, this coffee has a very strange flavor to it. I don't know. I might have overboiled the water or something. I don't know. Maybe underboiled? All I know is I did something. Whoa. Whoa, hello. This is cool. That's not cool at all. I see the copper, but y'all got some larger copper anywhere? As you know, size does matter. I wonder if there'll be another underground, like, glowing tree. Like when we settled in the other playthrough of just normal Subnautica. Hello. Whoa! This is like really cool, dude. Hello, fish. What we got here, huh? Another wave maker frag. Oh wait. Oh, I was like, have we been here?
Day 620. Sophie Boucher entering. Anita Gottschall and 5 others left Habitat in protest of my decision to end medical treatment for the sick. They call themselves the Jubilee. They are going to move back to Camp 1 for now. Anita claims her group can live in the open sea. She believes the planet is trying to give us what we need to survive through the angel combs. I insisted on giving them physicals. They are lucid and rational. They're worse off than the rest of us. I can't prove that they are leaving because of Macefield. I can't convince Anita that she is in the thrall of a virus that compels her to the tree like a rat whose parasites drive it into the cat's jaws. I asked Noah not to reset them when they die, but I suspect
she makes me feel some sort of way.
Everyone will blame me. Well, so be it.
I can't quite explain it.
I must ask Nahima what will happen to the ecosystem if the Jubilee group eats everything. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn!
Whoa! Wow! So pretty. Yep, gotta make it exist. Make it pretty later. I mean, this is our temporary base, and then I'm gonna find a biome that's like a billion light years away. But it's gonna be super, like, cool and pretty and nice and glowy. And then we'll make our real base there. So pretty and terrifying. Yeah, that's pretty true. If that ain't true, then I don't know what is.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I really feel welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, Captain. Okidoki. What was I making? Biolab. Moiled acid. Alright, well. We're gonna be moving some stuff over. Oh. Ah! No. Just put it here then. Dude. Sorry, but the biolab needs to be next to the processor. They're literally, they are like the same thing, yeah? Oh, okay, okay. So this is how I get my, like, mods and stuff. Okay, okay, cool, 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 cool. Jubilee. I don't need to, like, swap them, but I'm going to, just because I can. Because we have all these batteries now to charge. I feel like we got this really fast. The battery charger. Faster than usual. I'm gonna put the battery chargers, or batteries in here. Would you drink that? Wait. My chat's like bug. I just realized. It's like behind. Oh, now everything froze. Uh-oh. Six minutes behind us? I mean, the chat up top is broken, yeah. I think the game is just finally frying everything. You weren't reading chat? No, I have to look at the other chat now. What the hell? Would you drink that? Dude, yeah. I'm curious, if I were to close VTube Studio, would that fix the problem? Yeah, it immediately fixed the problem. Yeah, so it's one of those things with VTubing again, where it's, I don't know, frying the computer from the inside. It's like some weird incompatibility with Windows 11 plus video games. Is this game made on Unity? That would answer all the problems and questions that I have already. Look at that, even the chat is animated again in the top right. I can bring the Fugi for a little bit. Oh, it's Unreal Engine. Oh, Unreal Engine 5. Ooh. Yeah, that'll probably do it. That'll probably do it right there. Unreal Engine 5. Dr. Pepper, strawberries, and cream shake. Oh, would I drink this? I mean, what's the whip? Is that strawberries and cream? I haven't had Dr. Pepper in like 5+ years. This is something we needed to come to terms with. I haven't had soda since 2022. It's a struggle. It's not as easy as it sounds. I bought one today for the first time, a Dr. Pepper, or one of those shakes. No more soda? I haven't had soda in a long time. I've been over soda, but you know, I have coffee as my like alternative, so. I have decaf if I need coffee or something, if I need to drink something with flavor, I guess. Soft drink. I want it to be like 10 flavors at the same time. That's funny you say that, because I feel like Dr. Pepper is typically what people are like, whoa, dude, this is like 50 flavors, man. No, yeah, Dr. Pepper, dude, when I first had it, I hated it so bad. Oh, I thought you said that you want the drink to be 10 flavors at the same time.
Welcome aboard.
My problem with this light system is I don't know how much I wish it would give me like a... Like that emanates nothing. I kind of hate that. I like Dr. Pepper. I mean, I liked Dr. Pepper. I can't really be bothered with soda anymore. In all honesty. For me, Dr. Pepper used to taste like medicine. I prefer it as it's not owned by Pepsi or Coca-Cola, and to my knowledge, it has not partaken in AI, unlike the other two. Yeah, it's Dr. Pepper's Snapple, right? Snapple Co. Oh, Keurig Dr. Pepper. Wait, what? I thought... Did they leave Snapple? Oh, Keurig Dr. Pepper produces it in... I could swear they were in Snapple, or am I wrong? You're not gonna like who distributes it over here? Uh-oh. Keurig Dr. Pepper in the US, Keurig Dr. Pepper in Canada. In Mexico, it's the Coca-Cola Company. In Ireland... Wait. The Coca-Cola Company is UK, Ireland, and Japan. Canada is Grupo Penafiel from Mexico or something? No, Keurig Dr. Pepper Canada. Krombacher Brauerei in Germany. Suntory in most European territories. But yeah, it's Keurig Dr. Pepper. Oh, it is Snapple. It used to be Dr. Pepper Snapple Group. Yes. Why? I was gonna say, what could possibly be in the way there? Alright, this will be the battery depository. Actually, you know what? Let's leave the batteries in here. We'll leave like a couple wall mounts. I don't even like that this is here, actually. I'm gonna break it. Dude, come on. There you go. Okay, we're gonna get... This is gonna be hard to, like... Can I rename this? No? I need water in, like, its own container. Until we get a water fabricator thing. I guess miscellaneous will just be here until I... figure out what in the world's going on. We can do quartz. Let's do copper, silver, and gold will be together, because we probably won't have, like, too much of that. Quartz can just go here. With sulfur. And lead. welfare checks are deposited, we can finally get some more food. We've been dealing with the combo of depression and the kind of depression and the lack of energy that comes from not having much food. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's rough. We're just like in the weirdest timeline right now. Everything since COVID. Real estate, just groceries, man. It's crazy out here, seriously. I haven't looked into like Canada stuff, but Canada is not... Oh, I just realized it gave me another slot here. Oh, I was so confused what it meant by like faster... Oh, hello. Oh, is this what they look like? Wow, this is actually a nice place for a base. It's a shame that I already committed to one for now. It's also too far from, like, other stuff. Canada's worse off? It depends where. Yeah, if you're gonna live in, like, Toronto, for sure. Ow.
30 seconds.
I've heard pretty good things about living, like, near the coasts. Out in the open. I like it because it is open, so I don't have to, like, you know? I don't have to fear hearing something but not seeing it. Okay, so fiber mesh. Can I finally make it or not? We need strong acid. Yeah, the swim gauntlets are cool. Weird change of pace from what it used to be, though. Oh, we for sure need to find, like, a way to make more of the first aids. Okay, huge. Yes!
The rebreather scrubs carbon dioxide from exhaled air, recycling wasted oxygen for reuse.
Incredible. Oh, ads time. Just get those out of the way. Feel like Altera probably invested in aquatic R&D after the first 2 games. I don't even know anymore. This is all slave labor. I think we're cooked with this Altera place. I need to get like a proper PNG tuber thing. I wouldn't want it to be too crazy. I'd probably just have like 2 PNGs that become, you know, 1 GIF frame thing. So when I talk, the mouth is open. Maybe I can convince Leafeons to let me commission her. I think she has like a lot of art to work on, right? Yeah, I haven't had... I mean, so there's this like... It's called Olipop. It's not... I mean, it's soda, but it's not. I mean, it has way less sugar. Like, way less. I did try that. So I'd be lying if I said I haven't had coffee in years, technically. But, that was pretty good. The thing is, like, sugar is cursed. I just can't bother with it. Can't be bothered. I don't even really sweeten my coffee. Sometimes. Depends on the coffee that I have, but not really. Not typically. Madion texted me, guys. He said, it's time for the live shows. And I'm like, dude, sick. Thanks, Madion. Thanks, dude. All right, back to it. We're gonna put these lockers, I don't know, like against the building over here.
Welcome aboard.
The radius for them is pretty decent. So we can just kind of leave them there. Dude, you're gonna say welcome aboard every single time?
Welcome aboard.
You sure are. You sure are. Alright, next, we need to find more recipes for the actual tadpole. We also need the sonic resonator, because that thing, like, shreds open a bunch of things. I am Superman. Oh. Well, there you go. I really don't like that. If Aiko had a nickel for every game he played with repetitive robot lines, he'd have 2 units received. Oh my god, yeah. It never ends on No Man's Sky.
Welcome aboard.
Did you have something to say? Okay. Units received. Tadpole dock. I need titanium ingot, silver, and copper wire. Okay. No! No! Do not. Alright, we need 2 of those. Copper wires, 2. Oh yeah, I have to be like right next to it. And then make a silver ingot from Gringotts. Oh, you can like see it diminish. Interchesting. Oh man. 2 units received. Great game, though. No Man's Sky. Even though, man, it also loves to do that repetition. Good lord. There is, yeah. I don't know if you can, like, enable it or not, but I know that there used to be a setting for it. Funny enough, yesterday I found out I can acquire the old Horizon Omega. I didn't know that. So I have the blue one now from like 2016 before they changed the whole way it works. The color system or whatever. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Huh? What? No. What do you mean germanium, dude? Oh my god. They have Germa. A Germa ingot. German. Oh, my bad. Must be attached to a moon pool. Oh.
Welcome aboard.
I think we're going to separate these. Just for my own sanity. No, come on, man. Can I just confirm that this can be attached? Okay, well, I need titanium first, clearly. Clearly. Oh my god. Supersonic punch. Okay, the room clearly needs to be larger.
seconds.
30 seconds. Boom. Whoa. Requires unknown tool. Aw, noodles. Boom. Ouch. Show me what you got. Wait. Yes. Expand. Oh, that's sick. Now that I like. Alright, is this sufficient for a moon pool? Do I have to be indoors? Is that what's going on?
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Why won't you let me construct a moon pool? Oh. Okay. Well, I think we'll expand this at some point. What? Oh. Think you want to do a multiplayer Subnautica game? Eventually. I think I'd rather beat it first. What is it, tadpole? I think it's like the equivalent of the... What is it, the sea moth? Not the sea moth, the other thing. Because the sea moth is a little one, right? This is like the replacement for the sea moth? Or the... Like the small submersible. Not the Colossus. Or Cyclops, rather, but the other one. At least I'm pretty sure it is. Ow. I don't know too much about this game, but I do know people complained about The vehicles? I don't know what that means, and I'm a little concerned, but hopefully it's all good. And it's just like, you know, classic complainers being complainers.
Field notes. Under, not, wander. 2 spare tanks. My reprint site is habitat. I'm exhausted today. What if you just reprinted yourself when you were tired? Maybe you'd never have to sleep. Miss Nahima, I'm checking out the big coral tower. There's a mass trapped inside. The scanner's not sure if it's coral polyp or crab tissue. The optogenetics are so weird. We know the Protea virus infects everything on this planet. And we know the coral crabs wear these domes as hats. Is it possible the virus swapped their genes around? So part of this coral just decided it was a crab? Like if you live next to something on Proteus, you become related to it.
Huh? What are they on about? These people have lost the plot in this place. They just be talking, but I don't even know about what.
Welcome aboard.
I mean, this is really cool. It's just, I need to expand it that way, I guess. It'll go that way. Okay, so vehicle fabricator requires 2 titanium, 1 copper, 1 glass. Oof. Copper we should be able to make. Oh, hello. What happened? What? What even happened there? Two glass. It's also gonna cost me 5 energy. Uh-oh. We're gonna need to start making even more biofuel or something. We'll see what this gives us once this one expires. I'm not gonna overdrive because I feel like it's gonna explode. Wait, so it has to be attached to my base. What does this even look like? Must be attached to a moon pole. Oh no.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, it's not terrible. Never mind. I lied. Dude. Why does it cost me titanium to make a moon pool? I'm removing floor. Really mad. Of course. I have no copper. Of course. No. No! Fight the current! Okay. Boom. Whoa. Beach mouse. Beach mouse. People just don't beach mouse enough. Just don't get him in. Twitch culture's dying. Okay, so this is gonna prove to be a little bit problematic. Because now I need space for this. Oh, it's not centered, and now I'm pissed. No, you have to let me... How did this side end up having more? What? This hurts. Okay, add this. Okay. Now I actually have to build this thing, which requires system chip, power cell, glass, titanium ingot. Okay, so 2 times titanium ingots, which we don't have. Two basic batteries and strong acid. Okay. And system chip, which requires a wiring kit and 2 quartz. Alright, so we need a bunch of titanium. And some quartz. Probably some quartz right in here.
Seek caloric intake.
Oh yeah, you're right. We gotta cook some fish. I think these are about to die. Not even I think, I could see it.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, give me a new battery.
Welcome aboard.
We need 2 more titanium. Just like that.
Welcome aboard.
Seek fresh water intake.
Oh yeah, you're right. What? Where did I put the water? No. Oh no, that's for the batteries. I keep thinking it's like one of those water filtration units. Okay, we need food. That'll do for now. Vital stabilizing. It's almost time for the tadpole. It's time for the tadpole. Whoa.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Whoa. Dude, this thing controls so much better than like the sea moth and whatnot. Wow, that goes pretty deep. Ow. Is this a dead zone? I don't like it. I don't like it very much. I don't like it. I don't like it. They don't feel good. I need like upgrades. The music stopped and everything. The noise, all sound stopped. I'm sweating. I'm gonna find somewhere else to go. It can't be the dead zone. It's way too close, but... Dude, why does everything look... If you say ecological dead zone, I'm alt-4ing. What? Huh? Subnautica is actively being developed while in early access. This section of the world is under development. Many game mechanics and... Yo 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 yo. Dude, stop that. I'm going back up. I'm going back up. Why? Stop. I feel unwell. I'm so sweaty, dude. Is it just not gonna despawn now? Were you in the abyss? Dude, I just wanted to... I made this. You know, the little submarine thing. You woke him up? Dude. I'm confused. Why did I make this if I can't even go anywhere yet? Wait, so is this also a dead zone for now? Is this all early access and I just can't go? Is it gonna start boiling my insides if I go this way? Why? Okay, yeah, I can't go that way still. So... Wait, I hear something. We did it. We got Tom Nook.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Whoa. Dude. What? Portable oxygen generator. Lithium. Oh, we're so back. Oh, I pissed it off now. Nah, I've just gone and pissed it off. I'm just inside of something. It's got a lot of lithium though, which is nice. I'm sorry. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Yep, sure is, man. Sure is. I'm never going back in there again.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Dude. Okay, this game might be extremely early access. I can't really explore anywhere. Oh, this is the biome where we have to, like, cleanse it or something.
caloric intake.
Soon. Awesome, we needed that. I wish I could, lady. I sure wish. There's an angel comb here, but there's nothing on it. There's not like a bulb.
Caution. This angel comb has been converted into a viral factory and must be cured to gain access to new adaptations.
Okay, I don't know what that means. I'm going back to base. Guys, a good day out today. Seriously, real good. No, I think my thing is the game would lose its spook factor if I played with others. Alright, let's see how this looks.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh.
Power connected. All systems online.
Okay, we can't charge this thing for the time being.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, we have one. Oh, we ran out of... Oh, hold on. Okay, so... Ow. It's not the most, like, ideal supply of power. What about this? Coral shavings, I can eat them.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, that's... It seems these are better no matter what. So even powered up, I don't think this thing will have enough.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Why won't you dock? We'll just shut it down. Wow, one. I have one power. Okay, so I can make a second bioreactor, or
Welcome aboard.
No, I think it might honestly be better just to make the hydroelectric turbines. Problem is that if this thing runs out, it just shuts down. This will give us 12 energy. I didn't realize this would cost so much for power. 10 energy. Well, if I get 2 silver, I could effectively just make that thing again. They're pretty good. They give 12 a pop. So if the bioreactor runs out, it should at least hold even and not shut down the whole system. I think the real play is to just have more bioreactors, but
welcome aboard.
so what's the next play? I guess we have to make the sonic resonator. So we need 2 lead, a wiring kit, 2 titanium ingots, and a basic battery. And when we make that, we can like break the big stuff, I guess. Which is kind of nice. Limited access. Is it the same for this? Yeah.
Welcome aboard.
I don't know if this charges it, but we do need a power cell charger. But then in order to do that, oh God, there's so much we gotta work on. All right, cool.
Welcome aboard.
All right, gamers. I think I'm good for today and for the weekend.
Seek caloric intake.
I will be back on the Monday day. So thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. I hope everyone has a chill weekend. As chill as possible.
Welcome aboard.
No, I'm not cooking the Harvest Moon. You can't make me. What? I don't even have it. Oh, it's here. Be free.
Welcome aboard.
All right. GG's. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Yeah, do your best. I hope everyone can have a decent weekend. Hope it's all good. Monday, actually, my courses start again. So we'll see how that goes. Ty's playing Forza Horizon. I want to go see. I want to play that game. Go say what's up. Thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate it. I'll be back Monday. The Monday day. Go say what's good to Ty. Go see this Forza Horizon game. Yeah, see you on your birthday, man. And if I don't, then happy birthday day. For whatever reason. Huge GG's. Good night. Sleep tight. Have a good weekend. Peace.